Oh, okay, here.
Here. All right. And next on the agenda, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. And I wonder if Derek Cray might lead us tonight. Thank you.
Are we on roll call?
Oral communications.
Okay, thank you. We'll now accept oral communications to address the board on matters not appearing on the agenda.
Teal, will you open up the participants box?
So there are attendees. I just want to give them the opportunity to address us on matters not on the agenda. Anybody that's attending via Zoom that wishes to address the board on matters not on the agenda, now would be the time to do so. Does anybody else see the attendees? There we go. Okay. So the attendees, there are many attendees, but I don't see anybody having their hand raised. So we will conclude oral communications on matters not on the agenda. We move next to presentations, and we are going to start with a presentation to recognize Kayla Casper, our Customer Service Billing Technician 2 for 5 years of service to Marina Coast Water District. And it appears that we have someone coming to the mic.
Thank you. Good evening, board, staff, public. It's a pleasure to be here in front of you all. My name is Darrell Parker. I am the Customer Service Administrator here at Marina Coast Water District, and I have the pleasure of standing in tonight for our Director of Administration, Mrs. Mary Lagasca. I have the pleasure to present the resolution for our Billing Technician 2, Kayla Casper. And every day this week, I've asked her, have you seen the agenda yet? So she said no, so she has not read it, thankfully. So I would love to read it verbatim, bear with me, because anything less than what's here would be a total disservice to you. For the past 5 years, Kayla Casper has been a valued member of the Marina Coast Water District team. Since joining the district, Kayla has consistently demonstrated professionalism, dedication, and commitment to providing exceptional service to both customers and colleagues. In her role, Kayla has contributed significantly to the daily operations of the district, supporting customer service functions and helping ensure that customers receive timely, accurate, and courteous assistance. Her positive attitude, attention to detail, and willingness to assist others have made her a trusted resource in the organization. Throughout her tenure, Kayla has embraced new challenges and adapted to changing processes, technologies, and helping the district maintain efficient and effective service delivery. Her commitment to continuous improvement and her ability to work collaboratively with staff across departments have contributed to the district's ongoing success. Kayla played a crucial role in developing implementation of the new payment software InfoSend, which has streamlined our payment collection operations, and managed the implementation of new rates and structures for water and sewer, and ensuring that changes were smoothly integrated into the existing system. Kayla's dedication to serving the community and supporting the district's mission reflects the qualities that make Marina Coast Water District a strong and customer-focused organization. Her contributions over the past 5 years have been greatly appreciated by both her peers and the customers that she serves. With great pleasure, we celebrate Kayla Casper's 5 years of dedicated service to the Marina Coast Water District. We extend our sincere gratitude for her commitment, hard work, and contribution to the district, and we look forward to her continued success and service in the years ahead. Kayla, everybody. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Darrell Parker, the Customer Service Administrator. I've had the pleasure of completing my first year a couple months ago, and Kayla has been an integral part in that first year.
I'll start. So Kayla, thank you so much. You and I kind of arrived at the same time, but I think that today was a perfect example of all of this. Everybody, I needed support from customer service today to develop just a quick table that I'll be giving to the board later, but it meant that she and I worked together and stretched. We moved into other departments. We got all the rates for all of the water utilities around us, and she fully tackled it and carried the department in the, not single-handedly because Julio was here, but she was running the show. She did a great job today. And it's an example of the flexibility, the kindness, the willingness to like deal with a crazy general manager who comes in and goes, oh, what is this? Where do these come from? Right. So fantastic. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Garen Fisher, controller here at the district. I'll be brief. I can't really add much of anything that hasn't already been said this evening, but I just want to speak very briefly anecdotally about my experience. I've only been here coming up on a couple of years, and in that short time, Kayla's been really supportive and collaborative, and I think that flexibility is something that I couldn't say enough about. She is customer focused both externally but also internally. The district is going through all sorts of changes and evolutions, and I think she's a big part of why we're able to do that.
Good afternoon, Derek, O&M manager. Kayla, I just want to say thank you. Appreciate your 5 years of service. And to ditto what Garen just said about internal services, you've worked excellent with O&M, all the staff within my department. We appreciate the coordination efforts between customer service and O&M. You played a crucial part in that. So thank you for 5 years and look forward to having you here for many, many more.
Anybody else? There's a lot of you here. I know a lot of you have comments. You're smiling. Just tell me why you're smiling. Share your comment. Yeah. And you're happy for our Kaylee as well. Thank you. Okay, so any questions by the board, comments by board? Yes, Vice President Schreiner.
I just want to add, I don't know you personally very well, but I do know in the last 5 years, a lot has changed in customer service. And I just want to say that it's kind of amazing that you've been doing a great job having to move from one office to another, having to roll out a new payment system. I just think all of customer service has been our most valuable players this past few years. And so thank you for being a part of that and a very strong part of that team.
Director Moore?
Yes, Kayla, I just want to say thank you very much for being willing to take a customer service job here at Marina Coast Water District. We know that it's highly likely that every once in a while you have a customer who is not happy and that you have to figure out nice ways to deal with them, which no doubt probably tests you and requires some patience. So thank you very much for taking on that role because it's a very necessary role for the district.
Director Imamura?
Yes, thank you, Kayla. And I like Director Schreiner. I didn't get to know you. In fact, I don't even think I've met you. So it's really refreshing to hear that you've been here for 5 years. And I really appreciate those people in customer service because for most people, you are the district because they're the only contact that they've had. Rarely do they ever maybe speak to the general manager, but for most people, they speak to customer service staff, and you're really the front line in terms of what the people's impressions are of the Marina Coast Water District, and I certainly appreciate that role. Thank you.
Director Smith?
I concur with what Director Imamura said about customer service. It's the most important part of any business. As a business owner of 34 years, you are the front, just like the runway of what the district is. So thank you so much. I know for my community, they call customer service a lot. And I know that I've always had positive feedback from everybody in East Garrison regarding customer service here. So that's obviously part of what your job is. So thank you, and keep up the good work, and congratulations on 5 years.
So I'm going to just wrap it up to say I echo what my fellow directors have said, is that customer service is so important. You always, every time that I've ever come by and I just kind of wave and say hello, there's a smile on your face. There's a warmth that you emit. Among those in your sphere that are working there, I have never come to you as a customer, but I know that you're fulfilling those functions because things do run smoothly. We get reports from outside clients, customers of MCWD will just shoot us or say something to us about how well we are meeting with them. And that public relations starts with you. And so thank you, thank you. I'm also want to thank you for the 5 years, but we're hoping that we've also, MCWD has given you the incentive and increased your aspirations that you will stay with us and you'll progress through the ranks to improve on your education, to take advantage of opportunities that are available to you. And someday you may have this man's job. So stay with us, ask for what you need, and hopefully we can fulfill those intentions in your career. So thank you. So I will now entertain a resolution. If somebody would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution 26-40.
Second.
So we have a first by Director Moore, a second by, I believe Director Smith was first on that second. And we will take a roll call vote.
Yes.
Director Mamora? Director Moore?
Yes.
Director Smith?
Yes.
Vice President Schreiner? Yes. And President Morton?
Yes. So we have just adopted the resolution to recognize Kayla Casper, our customer service billing technician. It's resolved by the Board of Directors of the Marina Coast Water District at our regular meeting on July 20th, 2026 as follows. Whereas Kayla Casper has been an invaluable asset to Marina Coast Water District for the past 5 years, having joined the district on June 21st, 2021.
And whereas Kayla has demonstrated exceptional dedication and skill in her role as customer service billing technician 2, and
Whereas in her current role, Kayla has been instrumental in overseeing the district's customer service billing and meter reading functions, and her kind-hearted nature and genuine care for the district have always been her greatest soft skills. And
Whereas Kayla played a crucial role in the successful implementation of the new payment software, InfoSend, which has streamlined payment collection operations and managed the implementation of new rates and structures for sewer and water, ensuring that the changes were smoothly integrated into the existing system. And
Red.
Whereas Kayla's extensive institutional knowledge comes in handy when troubleshooting customer or staff inquiries, ensuring that issues are resolved efficiently and effectively, and reflecting her commitment to both her role and the community she serves.
Now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Directors of Marina Coast Water District does hereby recognize and honor Kayla Casper for her 5 years of dedicated service to the district. And we present her with an award and a gift certificate and wish her many more years with the district. So Kayla, I'm going to ask you to come up and get all these wonderful things. I will meet you right there and we will take a picture. Sure. Oh, absolutely. I'm happy to go where the director says. Okay. So Kayla, congratulations. I should shake your hand up on my hand before I hand you this. We're gonna shake hands. Wait, wait, wait. This, we expect to see in the place of honor in your home or here, wherever. And then I believe, would you like to say anything to us? Thank you. Picture, let's have a quick, make this quick round. Do you? So all of us are thankful and we're going to make this official here. Yeah, so for 5 years and 10 years, we can look back at all these pictures. All right, congratulations. Okay, Derek, you know where we're going. So we have Derek Cray. We're calling agenda item 5B, which is a request to adopt a resolution in recognition of Gonzalo Ortiz, our system operator 2, for 5 years of service with the Marina Coast Water District. This is why this audience pieces are smiling. Yes.
All right, good evening, board. I realize I said good afternoon earlier, so I'm still jet lagged a little bit, so bear with me. But it's a pleasure to be here. Derek Cray, O&M manager. This really is the best part of my job, giving out these 5-year and 10-year recognition. So I'm happy to be up here again doing this. So tonight, it's a pleasure to recognize Gonzalo Ortiz, system operator 2 for 5 years of service to the district. So Gonzalo started with the district on July 19th, 2021 as a system operator 1. And Gonzalo is one that almost slipped through the cracks. So I'm going to tell you a little funny side story here. When we first interviewed Gonzalo, we're going through the process and it was already kind of a rough day because we had a lot of candidates from an old pool that somehow got thrown into the new pool that weren't supposed to be interviewed. And so as we're interviewing Gonzalo, I see the date on his application is like 2 years prior. So I asked him, did you just change the date on your application or just resubmit it, forget to change the date on your application? And he says, no, I just applied one time. So his application got lost somehow for 2 years and then made it to Joe and I, and then we interviewed him. And so I guess it's all like they say, good things come to those who wait, right? For O&M. So it was, yes. So where I'm getting at is it was meant to be. So Gonzalo has been an exemplary employee. He has a background in construction and wastewater. And he's utilized those skills on numerous in-house projects for the district. One of the ones I'd like to point out, and I think I pointed out in the staff report too, is Hodges Lift Station, replacement of our sewer pumps. And so this was a tricky one because it wasn't just pulling the pumps out and then throwing in new standardized flight pumps. When we went in there originally, that was the plan, just to pull them out and to retrofit them. But the Army had put in a pump that, one, we could never find out what the maker manufacturer of the pump was. And two, it was so retrofitted, it was actually put together with baling wire. And I kid you not, it literally had baling wire to hold the pumps together. So all of that went out the window. We had to go inside and do a very technical confined space entry to actually retrofit that pump station to get these new pumps in. And so that required cutting the discharge pipe, removing the old pump base, putting in a new pump base, and then installing in the new guide rails, etc. And so Gonzalo was one of the main operators on that job inside the wet well, doing that work. That job was done completely in-house with a significant cost to the district. And then more importantly, though, it was done safely and efficiently, thanks to the work of Gonzalo and the other operators out there. Gonzalo is also one of our 3 fog inspectors and 4 CCTV certified inspectors. These are very critical duties in addition to his normal system operator 2 duties for the district. And they're actually ones I want to point out that he volunteered for to go above and beyond. So I think I've talked a lot about fog in the last year and the importance of it. And the same thing with the CCTV. And so these are the important duties to keep our wastewater systems flowing accordingly. And then lastly, I want to point out just how much I appreciate his positive attitude and his willingness to do really any assignments asked of him. All of his coworkers absolutely adore him. He gets along with everyone. He's often the life of the party. I can always hear him down the hall, his laugh resonating all the way to my office. Gonzalo's also the one or the few operators that is constantly messing with me. So it's whether he's sitting in my chair in the ops room, taking photos from my office and sending them to me, or wearing that ridiculously graced jacket. And you know what I'm talking about. But no, I do appreciate all the laughs, the sense of humor, and I'll miss having that after I leave here. So I do want to thank you for your 5 years of service and dedication to the district. And on behalf of O&M and the district, we wish you well in your future endeavors. So thank you, Gonzalo.
Thank you, Derek. And I now invite members of the public. Please. We accept family and friends.
Hello, my name is Renee. I'm a system operator at Marina Coast Water District, and I've worked with Gonzalo in several jobs. And he's always eager to help, like making me feel like if I'm an old man, like here, I got this. But it's been a real pleasure working next to Gonzalo. Good sense of humor, like Derek says. Always willing to help. Thank you, Gonzalo. Many more years to come.
Great. Thank you, Renee.
My name is Warren, operator system. Gonzalo, solid operator, always can rely on him. Great attitude. You don't even need to tell him what the next step is. He's already on it, and he's going to be here for quite some time, kicking butt for the district, and we're so happy to have him. So 5 years is just the beginning.
Everybody. is Joe Panetta, Operations and Maintenance Supervisor. Been a pleasure to work with Gonzalo. Really appreciate all his hard work, his guidance, his willingness to be able to step up and always volunteer for those jobs that nobody else wants. His guidance as well. One thing that stands out to me is his laugh, as Derek mentioned. That thing resonates throughout the whole building. No matter what mood I'm in or what I'm facing, once I hear that laugh, it puts me in a good mood. But congratulations, Gonzalo, and I wish you continued success in your career. Thank you.
Travis Insweiler, lead operator. Watching Gonzalo over the last 5 years has definitely been pretty amazing. I've never seen an operator achieve what he's done in such a short amount of time with the certifications. And yeah, having the underground and construction background was a plus, but just seeing him develop the skill set and the knowledge and troubleshooting, because I came from the private sector and coming into government, it's a totally different ball game. So yeah, watching him just develop his skills was absolutely amazing. So it's been definitely a pleasure to work with him, real easy to work with, and definitely keeps me on my toes, and definitely inspiring to myself, because it's like sometimes I don't have the answer, and Gonzalo's always the one to speak up and ask, hey, how's that work, or why is that? I don't have the answer, and then oftentimes I'm going to him for advice, like, hey, how's that work? Because yeah, he's running the CCTV van and stuff that I don't get to experience a lot in the field. He's just a great asset to the district, just great team player on all areas. So appreciate all the hard work.
Yeah.
My name is Jose Rodriguez. I've been working with Gonzalo since first day one. Really smart kid. Well, not kid anymore. I mean, he's a bit grown up now. But he's a really smart guy. I mean, since the first day that I met him, I mean, he always been helping everybody. He has, a big knowledge and working on the underground. He works with me on CCTV and also POC. And every time that we got issues, he always knows how to do all the troubleshooting and how to deal with them. So I really appreciate, that we have Gonzalo with us. Hopefully he will stay with us for many more years. Congratulations.
All right, Gonzalo. Yes, I'm the last. So, we kind of started at the same time, but I think the thing is that the management team has put their arms around you, and they're looking to you as you begin your leadership role here at the district. You are the rail, you are the standard that others are being judged by, and leading from that center point, which I think is fantastic. And I can tell you that with men like Gonzalo inside of our O&M team, driven by or leading with our management team, the future of the district is bright because you are here, sir. Thank you so much. Congratulations. All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Garcia. I've been here about 3.5 years. What I can say about those 3.5 years, Gonzalo here has helped me out from bookwork to just anything you could possibly need to learn. So thank you, and congratulations on your 5 years.
Okay, anybody on the Zoom attendees wishing to address the board or congratulate Gonzalo? Giving you a chance to raise your hands. I'm not seeing any hands going up. I will go to the board of directors. Comments? Director Imamura?
Thank you, President Martin. So Gonzalo, you're another person that I haven't met yet, but you're nonetheless, you're absolutely appreciated as much on equal with the customer service staff. But when I go out and speak to the community, you know, they don't realize the complexity of what's involved with delivering the water and also taking away the waste as well. So they don't see, you know, people like yourselves working hard every day. And I kind of wish they would, because I think they would have a greater appreciation of what it takes to get the safe, clean water to everyone that they've taken for granted so much. And again, you're very much appreciated, and I could tell by the comments by your coworkers. So hope you stick around. So don't go anywhere. Thank you.
Director Moore?
Gonzalo, thank you very much for the devoted effort you've put in providing the two life essential services that Marina Coast Water District provides to 47,000 or so customers. And very much also appreciate your problem solving skills in dealing with issues that probably relatively few other water districts in the state of California have dealt with. And that I'm referring, of course, to our inheriting the systems from the Army, where can't even figure out who made that pump and how many decades ago it was put in. So you figured out how to deal with those sorts of issues. And thank you for developing leadership skills within O&M. The O&M staff's absolutely critical to what we do here, and leadership's also critical to that. So thank you.
Dr. Smith?
Thank you, Gonzalo, for 5 years of service. Just like with Kayla, is the runway, you're like the lights, right? So the runway can't do their job if they don't have the lights on. So what you're doing is a job, just like God picks people, right, to do that job that somebody else might not want. Wastewater, I'll pass. So thank you. And I like Director Memora said, it would be nice if the community could see what really goes behind everything that everybody does here, and to stick with it for 5 years. Hopefully, you know, you've got a lot of people that really enjoy working with you. So hopefully you'll be here for a lot longer. Thank you.
Yeah,
Vice President Schreiner.
I was just telling a community member the other day about that CCTV, and it's kind of like a superhero job running this thing through all these old pipes, trying to make sure that we catch everything that's needing some attention. And I told him, I think there's even a fun nickname like opossum or something. And I just picture this little thing scurrying through the pipes. And it's, I think, a relatively new technology. So I'm really grateful that you embraced it and you're making it work for our district with such a good humor. Thank you.
Thank you, Gonzalo, for your service. And I just want to say that the theme that has run through the comments by your coworkers, by your equals, your peers, by your supervisors, and by our general manager, all of them have led to the conclusion that everybody here recognizes your competency, your leadership, your ability to delve in and to do the work that's expected plus more. But the other thing that sung out that truly is so unique in your department in one, but you, it sounds like, are one of the anchor pins to this, is that all of you seem to have developed a friendship. And that is such a rarity in a workplace. And that goes to the quality of the individuals, your integrity, who you are. It's that laughter, I know, helps. But the fact that you understand what that is and how that brings camaraderie and investment in the work that we do here from yourself and from your colleagues, thank you. So we look forward to you staying with us, as Rem said, develop your leadership, and we look to have you for many, many years. With those comments, I would entertain a motion. I'll move for adoption of resolution number 2026-41, which is a resolution recognizing Gonzalo Ortiz, our system operators 2, for 5 years of service with Marina Coast Water District.
Second.
Have a second by Director Moore. We'll take a vote. Director Moore?
Yes.
Dr. Smith? Director Imamura,
Yes.
Vice President Schreiner. Yes. And President Morton.
Yes, the resolution is adopted unanimously by the Board of Directors of the Marina Coast Water District at our meeting on July 20th, 2026. Whereas Gonzalo Ortiz joined the district as a System Operator 1 on July 19, 2021, and
Whereas on August 28, 2023, Gonzalo was promoted to System Operator 2. And whereas Gonzalo has worked very diligently to obtain high professional certifications within water and wastewater. And
Whereas Gonzalo is currently one of the district's fats, oil, and grease compliance inspectors, also known as FOG, and closed circuit television operator, which is in addition to all his normal System Operator 2 duties. And whereas Gonzalo has worked on several important in-house capital improvement projects, including lift station rehabilitations, thus increasing the reliability of district assets. And
Whereas Gonzalo has a can-do attitude and his past experience within the wastewater and construction industry has made him a valuable asset to the district. And
Whereas Gonzalo arrives at work each day with a positive attitude and a willingness to help his coworkers in any way needed, and is well liked by the entire operations and maintenance team.
now therefore be it resolved, the Board of Directors of Marina Coast Water District does hereby recognize and appreciate Gonzalo Ortiz for 5 years of service to Marina Coast Water District, and hereby present him with an award and a gift certificate. And we wish you many continued successes here at Marina Coast Water District. Thank you. It's solid. You have a great smile. Congratulations and thank you. Before you leave, Mr. Director, would you like to be in the photo?
yeah,
And then I'm gonna have your family. Oh, but I need to give you your money. And we are, we're gonna give them a. Okay, these have to be your boys.
Yeah.
Come on. And your wife. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. Which of you, can each of you take a hand and hold this for now? Yeah. And yeah. Come on, guys. Okay, I'm gonna move out and I'm gonna let them. Because that might make the Christmas card. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Well, those are the fun events. Derek, you are absolutely correct. So we have concluded our 2 presentations. We now are moving to, do you want me to take a break for the cupcakes first? I would like to. That's, I'll be honest. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. 10 minutes. Everybody get a cupcake. Thank you, Paula, for making the cupcakes. Guess first, if you don't eat them, there's 5 people that are all going to be over there in a second. So please go get one. And there's waters and it appears brownies. So I don't know what time it is. So we will reconvene it's 6:41 at 6:50.
Director Martin, please turn on your microphone.
Yes, that would be important. Thank you. I'm not going to repeat all that. I am just going to tell you it's to approve a contract with EKI for the Monterey Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan implementation for our fiscal year 26-27. This is on page 8 of your staff report, and Patrick Green is going to introduce the item. And I see we have a guest who he will introduce.
Thank you, President Morton, members of the board. My name is Patrick Green. I'm with Water Resources Department. Yes, as President Morton indicated, item 6-81 is to request the board consider adoption of a professional services agreement with EKI Environmental Water Incorporated for Monterey Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan implementation. The plan implementation a professional services contract is included, the draft contract, I should say, is included in your packet, and it's broken into 5 areas of work for this next year. So the 5 areas are the monitoring program and data management, the compliance and reporting, the technical studies and model updates, projects and management actions, and project management and coordination. The PSA is in the amount of $455,000, which is consistent with level of effort in similar basins, similarly situated basins in our area. And we've compared the rates with other consultants that provide this type of work, and they're consistent with industry standards. I have Mrs. Vera Nelson, who's the Vice President with EKI Environmental and Water, and myself are available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Director Imamura.
I just want to clarify. So did this go out to bid, or is it necessary for this to do that, to go out?
No, sir. It did not go out for bid, as this is a professional service that has been provided by EKI for the last decade in terms of their unique consultant services that is being specialized for the Monterey GSP. They were the consultant that was chosen back in 2017 for our initial GSP development and has been our technical consultant since, shepherding our plan through DWR for approval, submitting our annual reports since then.
Okay, so there's been some prior history with working, and it's been obviously satisfactory.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Director Moore.
Mr. Hobbs, can you tell us what the law says about acquiring professional services?
Sure. I mean, so as a general proposition, professional services are exempt from the general procurement type rules where you have to go out and do an RFP and that sort of thing. I believe under Marina Coast's current procurement policy, professional services can go out for RFPs initially, and I believe EKI was probably solicited way back when at the inception through an RFP, and today they would probably be, even absent that, they would be allowed under the sole source procurement given the successful history with the district.
So as I understand the process, we put out a request for qualifications. We look at the professional services firms that submit qualifications. We evaluate whether those qualifications will meet our needs and make a selection on that basis. And then we talk with them about price.
General speaking, yes, that's correct.
General Manager, did you want to add?
Only that this follows our procurement policy and the sole source nature, where it says that if we have previous work, it's separate and distinct and appropriate to continue that service, that they be sole sourced.
Director Smith.
So you said the price was 455,000, or was that? Okay. And that's where I'm like, so where did that a dollar amount just like land? Was that previously what they charged prior for us, or is this a whole new setup?
It's a time and materials contract based on
Okay.
level of effort. So what EKI did is they estimated the level of efforts that would be necessary in order to accomplish the work within this next fiscal year. And so there's hourly rates that are multiplied out by how many hours they think they're going to need to accomplish each of the tasks.
Okay, so this is basically an estimate because the time and materials, it could go over 450.
It's a not to exceed. Yes, ma'am.
Not to exceed 455.
If I-
Okay.
If I may add, page 27 of this package has the asking for the work. So you can see where the 455,000 is anticipated to be spent.
Okay. Okay.
Additional questions, Director Smith? Vice President Schreiner?
I was wondering if any of this could possibly be grant funded or reimbursed by grant, do we know?
No, we don't have any current grants that could cover this work now. Last year and the years previous, where the state was providing grants for GSA-related implementation activities, 80% of their work was covered. In this particular year, given the state's budget constraints, we haven't found granting opportunities, but we are constantly looking for other opportunities to augment our local funds.
Thank you for always looking. And then I've been, mulling over this problem with salts and seawater. And I recently discovered the Central Valley has a big problem with salinity, but probably people wouldn't consider it to be seawater since they're so far inland. And so I've been wondering if we have any of the same kind of salts that Central Valley has coming into our seawater analysis. And is there any way to tease that out? And would that be part of this work possibly?
We are currently going to be testing and I'll look to Vera for the technical, but the attributes of the chloride that we are seeing within our areas. We haven't seen that they are anything but seawater at this point. We haven't seen that they are septic related or ag related salts. Currently, they are chlorides from the ocean, and as evidenced by the level of the intrusions and also just some of the geochemical work that has been done thus far, but we are specifically answering that question this year, and we'll have that later in the year. It's going to come in the fall.
Will that be an amendment to this?
No, we're handling it with the lab, and we're going to get samples and send them off so that we can have the Piper diagrams and all the chemist stuff ready and compiled to where we can answer that question definitively.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
So I'm going to ask a question also, if I may. So does EKI have access to our well data directly from our wells?
Yes.
And does EKI have access to our database, our computer system? In any way?
Data,
For
not
sharing of
necessarily
information?
I would look to technical people like TO to answer computer system, quote unquote, but they manage a lot of our data in terms of how DWR would like to see Sigma related data conveyed to them. They have a structured data management system that they are helping us with.
So one of the training programs that we just had was related to the risk presented when MCWD is dealing with third-party providers. I am looking at this is not a question for you other than to acknowledge that I'm asking this, is that page 33 and 34 of our staff report has the insurance requirements. What I would request further information or look at before we execute any contract to make sure that we are protected from any kind of third-party breach to our system and our data. I don't know if it's covered under commercial general liability. I'm not an insurance person, but somebody's going to figure that out, and that requirements be imposed to make sure that our policies our data is protected. Does that make sense? So with that addition to the contract, well, I need to go to public comment. Anybody in the room wishing to address this? Vera, do you want to say anything to us? Do you have any information as to my question? You have to go to the microphone.
Thank you. We do maintain a data management system, but it is independent of your systems here. So we have compiled years and years of data from the Army and everything else for all of your wells and the water quality and water levels. And that's what we maintain and then provide to DWR. We don't interact specifically with like Derek, and he provides us the data and then we maintain it's basically a separate database.
It's in a segregated system.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for answering my question. I'm still going to direct, want to make sure that we are protected. Okay, so public comment, anybody wishing to address the board? Don't see anybody jumping up in the room. I'm looking at attendees. Nobody's hand is going up. So, Director Moore.
Yeah, just one follow-up question. So, to Vera and EKI, so that data that you have collected from us, it does not include any personally identifiable data about our customers or employees. Is that a fair assertion?
Sorry. That's correct.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. I'll move approval of resolution 2026-GSA 1.
Second.
GSA, yes, 101.
So I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment that we be sure that we are covered in the event of a data breach.
Agreed.
It's a good idea, but I think it's a little premature in the process. We don't have a policy for cybersecurity and making sure of insurance on contracts yet. And so I'm not sure that we can, or that we ought to. I'm sure we can, but I'm not sure that we ought to be changing contracts one by one as we're going. Maybe, I don't know that much about insurance. Can the staff weigh in? Are you following or tracking what I'm saying?
So I know we have the cybersecurity rider on our JPIA policy now. Council has recommended that we reach out to JPIA to get additional language for contracts in the future to tie them. So.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from the answer and hearing from the objection, if I may comment, is that currently, because we don't know what that rider language is, that approval of this contract today would not include that rider.
No, we have the rider right now. So our
With
cyber
JPIA.
for us with the JPIA, but what language we want to insert into PSAs, professional services agreements, we don't have.
Okay, and so if this contract is approved tonight, can it come back for an amendment once we understand? If we identify that third parties need to provide further protection for us as third parties for the threat to our system, can we come back with an amendment?
Absolutely.
So with that being answer to my question, you can reject my amendment. Director Imamura.
Just a quick question. So this might not directly apply to this particular contract, but as we go forward in the future and as we start adopting AI more, is it fair to ask, so these firms, how much are they depending on using AI, and will we see a reduction in fees? Maybe that's a I can understand or figure out that we probably won't, but since it's a tool, but I can kind of envision that a lot of these things, and to what extent, if any, is AI going to be used on this?
Not to any extent, to my knowledge, and this type of contract, I don't think would lend itself to that.
It wouldn't even apply.
And I would be speculating in the future to anticipate what AI would be capable of.
Okay, thank you.
Director Smith?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to approve this if it's being used by AI, so I would if that's the case, then I would obviously want to make sure that there is verbiage in here for them stating that. I don't see anything stating that they're using AI. So, yeah.
Okay, I think we have a motion. Jan Schreiner, Vice President Schreiner, seconded. My friendly amendment failed, so you don't need to worry about that. And we'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Director Smith?
Yes.
Director Imamura,
Yes.
Director Moore,
Yes.
Vice President Schreiner,
Yes.
and President Morton.
Yes. So with that, we've adopted the resolution for the contract with EKI Environment and Water, Inc. for our groundwater sustainability work. Thank you, Vera Nelson, for appearing tonight and addressing our questions. And next on the agenda, we are returning to Marina Coast Water District matters. We will have closed session. And now is the time for public comment on closed session items. Our closed session items are public employee performance evaluation of our general manager, conference with legal counsel, threat of potential litigation on one potential case, and conference with legal counsel's significant exposure to litigation on Government Claims Act claim of Angela Morrow. Anybody wishing to address the board on these closed session items? I'm asked the question twice. No hands are going up on the attendees on Zoom. I don't see anybody in the room asking to speak. So we will go into our closed section and we will return upon completion, probably 45 minutes, if not an hour. We have 3 things. So have a cupcake, enjoy yourself. Caller? And start. I'm sorry. Thank you for calling down. Okay, we are returning from closed session. With regard to our closed session items, our closed session 9A, no reportable action was taken with regard to our public employee performance evaluation of our general manager. Pursuant closed session item 9B, conference with legal counsel, threat of potential litigation, one case. Action was taken, and the board in a 5-0 vote voted to initiate litigation joining the City of Marina and Monterey Peninsula Water Management District in the challenge to the State Land Commission's approval of Cal-Am's general lease application for the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project. Again, that was a 5-0 vote in favor of initiating that litigation. The third item is significant exposure to litigation, a Government Claims Act claim filed by Angela Morrow. The board rejected that claim with a 5-0 vote. We will now go to consent calendar. We have numerous items on our consent calendar. Quickly reciting: receive the check register, approve the draft minutes from May 18th, approve the draft minutes from June 15th, receive the second quarter 2026 MCWD water consumption and wastewater flow report. Item E is the end of year engineering update for our capital improvement program for the fiscal year 25-26. F, adopt the resolution to approve the revised job description for the executive assistant clerk to the board of directors position. Item G, adopt a resolution to authorize submission of delinquent water wastewater charges to the County of Monterey for collection on the fiscal year 26-27 property tax rolls. H, to approve the purchase of a new Vector 2100i combination cleaner from Owens Equipment for the operation and maintenance department. I is to adopt a resolution to accept the infrastructure improvements installed under a water sewer recycled water infrastructure agreement between Marina Coast Water District and Shea Homes for the Dunes on Monterey Bay Phase 1B Promenade Development Project. J is to accept the infrastructure improvement installed under a water sewer recycled water infrastructure agreement between Marina Coast Water District and Shea Homes for the Dunes on Monterey Bay Phase 2 West Development Project. And the last one, item K, is to accept the infrastructure improvements installed under a water sewer recycled water infrastructure agreement between Marina Coast Water District and Shea Homes for the Dunes on Monterey Bay Phase 2 North Stage A Development Project. Going to the board first, does any board member wish to pull any of those items?
Yes.
Okay, Director Smith.
I wish to pull 11C and 11K.
So 11C and 11K have been pulled. Director Imamura? 11F. Okay. Before we take a vote on the remaining, going to the public for any comments on our consent calendar remaining items, excluding C, F, and K. I would entertain a motion for approval of the consent calendar's items excluding C, F, and K.
So move.
Okay. So, I'm sorry. Did you want to pull another one? So at this point, we would withdraw that motion, council. I have a first and a second, or do we vote on it and it fails?
Can I do amendment?
Okay, so you would like to amend the motion made by Director Moore to approve only A, B, D, E, G, H. Is that correct? Okay, I'll second that. Let's get through with this. Oh, you have to accept the amendment. I'm sorry, I can't second this. So you have to accept his friendly amendment.
Right, I'll accept it.
And does the second stand? Okay, so now I'm looking at a motion for acceptance, approval, actually, action on A, B, D as in David, E, G, H. Anybody wishing to address the board? Nobody has any hands up. Nobody's going to the dais. May we have a roll call vote?
Director Moore,
Yes. Yes, sorry.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Imamura,
Yes.
Vice President Schreiner,
Yes.
and President Morton.
Yes, so those items on the consent agenda pass unanimously. Next, we will go to item 11C, which is the draft minutes of the regular joint board GSA meeting of June 15th. This appears on page 59 of your staff agenda reports. And I believe Director Smith, you pulled this. Would you like to?
Yes, I would like to request an amendment of the roll call. I was present during roll call. I did join actually on Zoom at 5:55 PM. And Tom also acknowledged that I was there when we first joined because him and I were actually the only ones in the Zoom at that time. So that needs to be amended that I was there. I did have to exit for 5 minutes because I was not told by legal counsel that I had to have my video on. So I had to exit, come back and rejoin when I had my video working. So I was there.
Is your request a motion to approve the draft minutes with the modification or the amendment that Director Smith was also present at roll call?
Correct.
And yes,
If I may, there's a simple solution. I was
Please,
asked about
help
the
us.
issue because there was some confusion as to whether or not a director is present versus able to participate. And so with your approval, the solution would be that Director Smith attempted to join via teleconference at 5:55, but due to technical difficulties was unable to participate until
No,
6:30 p.m.
I said roll call. I was there. I went through roll call with everybody else. This is roll call. So roll call needs to state that I was there. I was there present during roll call on Zoom, as with Tom was on Zoom as well. So if he was present on roll call on Zoom,
Okay.
why wouldn't I be present on roll call on Zoom?
But that's what it says, is that Director Smith was okay. Director
No,
Smith
it does
was
not. It
present.
says
No, no,
joined at
wait,
6:30
I'm
PM.
talking about what I'm proposing to
the
Okay.
change that
solution.
he's proposing
Would be the
is,
Director Smith joined by a teleconference at 5:55, but due to technical difficulties was unable to formally participate till 6:30 p.m.
No,
that's all we're
that's
doing.
not correct, though.
Okay.
I was formally able to participate. I had to exit for 5 minutes when I rejoined
Okay.
at when they went into closed session at 6:11 PM.
Okay,
So
so
this
then
6:30 PM just needs to come off here completely.
then whatever time that you were able to get the technical thing sorted out, that would be the appropriate time that you're able to participate.
Correct, but I was present during roll call.
And that's what the minutes would reflect.
Okay.
so I would move then that we adopt the minutes as amended by the wording provided by council. Any discussion? Which does reflect that Director Smith was there at roll call. Okay, we'll take a roll call vote. Nobody's raising their hand to address this. And this is with the amendment.
With the amendment.
With the amendment.
Director Imamura, Director Moore,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Vice President Schreiner,
Yes.
and President Morton.
Yes, and thank you, council, for coming prepared to assist us with what is procedurally correct reflection. Thank you. So we now are moving to consent calendar 11F, which is to approve the revised job description for the executive assistant clerk to the board of directors position. And that is at page 78 of the board packet. And Director Imamura, I believe you pulled this.
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Would you like to start?
Yeah, I just, for staff or whoever made this change, I guess, was it Mary or the general manager? It's bullet point number 3, increase the minimum experience from 4 years to 7 years of progressively administrative experience. So, well, I was wondering what the thought was on that, of increasing that. In my experience dealing with personnel issues and changes by HR, whenever they increase or change something, they're either targeting somebody or trying to prevent somebody. You know what I mean?
Well, I do. I understand the point. I think,
So in
this
this
was my.
case, I
this
don't know,
was
there
my
may be some
decision.
logical reason, but
Yeah.
to me, I'm thinking 4 years is a lot of years. I don't know,
Not-
between 4 and 7, why is the number 7? Is it lucky 7 or?
No,
I don't know.
that's, so I guess it's the industry practice. So I had set it at 8. They let me know that the industry practice was 7. And so inside
Right.
the comparisons, they're 7. I'm looking for somebody with significant experience to support me in my role as the board secretary and their role as clerk. I'm not interested in training somebody at this point.
Well, at this point, well, I don't want to, let's say, for example, somebody, demonstrated outstanding, exceptional ability at 3 years, or 4 years. But then they're saying, and your specs says, well, you gotta have 7, even though it looks like you can do this. So is there some flexibility in that?
There's always flexibility.
Because to me, when you set kind of an arbitrary type of number, it's kind of like COVID, 6 feet. We found out that was a kind of a joke. But anyway, so I'm just kind of wondering, where did 7 come from?
It came from the industry, the other comparables inside of our set.
So they felt just in general that 7 years should be the requirement.
Is the standard requirement for executive assistants, associates.
Well, I just want to, I think it's just important to, again, somebody even with 7 years might not attain that much, in terms of everybody's different.
Absolutely.
So I'm hoping that maybe that could be one of those soft issues type of thing where they can maybe waive that and it wouldn't prevent someone from applying for a position. You see what I mean? So if they see, it's kind of like you have to have a college education or you have to have a degree in order to do this job, but you've been already doing the job, but since you don't have a degree, you can't do it. So it's that kind of example.
I understand the point.
So,
Any other questions by board members?
okay, so
I
don't hear any resolution. You're
I
saying
would
you
move
see the-
approval of,
My recommendation is 7.
Okay.
so I would move approval to approve the revised job description for the executive assistant clerk to the board of directors position. Okay, so President Morton, seconded by Vice President Trainer. And if I may just comment, it is what I think is so important is as we have relied and have the ability to rely on somebody with extensive experience. And I do not want a general manager at the amount of time, effort, and energy that it takes to train somebody from someone that doesn't come in with the skill set necessary. I want his attention directed elsewhere. And if that's the industry standard, that's why I'm making this motion. Any other discussion, comment, Vice President Schreiner?
I just was noticing that the draft that we're working from is updated this year, and the last time this was updated was 2003. So we have had the luxury of having the same executive assistant. Oh, really? Mine says August 2003.
But it says revised 525.
Oh, revised 525. I read that as 2026, 525, 2026. But thank you for sticking around so long. I appreciate your experience.
Any other comments? We'll take a roll call vote.
Yes.
Director Smith,
It's just trying to get to the red. It should turn it on its screen.
Oh
Deal.
my gosh, look at you have a Christmas light.
Blinking green.
So
Oh, there it goes. Oh, yes.
Director Imamura,
No.
Vice President Schreiner,
Yes.
President Morton,
Yes. So that passes by a 4-1 vote with Director Imamura voting no. Next, we have 11I, which is to accept the infrastructure improvements installed under a water sewer recycled water infrastructure agreement between Marina Coast Water District and Shea Homes. This one is for the Monterey Bay Phase 1B Promenade Development Project. Director Imamura.
Yeah, so I, J, and K, they're all similar. So is it just the location? Is that, okay, so that's all we're talking about, right? So,
Different parts.
so, I am at who pulled K? You
I'll
did,
come
so
to
it's gonna be a similar, probably,
But they're gonna relate.
okay, well,
So may I assist here? Let's go ahead and take into consideration items I, J, and K collectively for questions.
Mhm. right. You wanna
So
go,
Director
you wanna go
Imamura or
first?
Director Smith, would you
Go
like
ahead.
to start us? Director Smith?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ladies.
Whatever. Okay, so this question would relate to all three. I just pulled one because I didn't want to, be overzealous. Okay, I understand that we take ownership of what Shea Home built, correct, on all three.
correct.
Okay, each one of these states, however, even though Shea Homes paid the money to build all three of these recycled water things, okay. But every one of them will have a slight increase in maintenance costs for operational and maintenance costs, which is anticipated within the Marina Coast, Marina Water and Marina Sewer cost centers. That's to the ratepayer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why can't we get a number? Like it just says slight increase. What does slight mean?
Well, we don't, each one of these has a certain number of connections that's going with it, right? So the Enclave project has 30 homes. So
Okay.
there's 30 new customers for that piece of infrastructure.
Okay.
So
But-
each one brings new customers into the system and that offsets the O&M costs for those components.
But the slight costs aren't just for those 30 homes that are being built, it's for the whole district. So every single person in this district it's going to go on their bill too, correct?
No. So the rates are already set. The rates don't change. What changes now is that we're getting more customers into the system. As soon as we do a new rate study, then what we do is we do infrastructure divided by the number of connections, and that determines the new set of rates. But each one of these coming into the system will not change the rates. The district's going to continue to operate at the rates that the board set when it set the budget.
So what's the slight increase in operational and maintenance costs in the near future anticipated then? What is the increase?
It's almost de minimis because it's all brand new infrastructure. So that shouldn't require any O&M unless there is a catastrophic failure of those assets.
Okay, so each one of these then goes as an asset then on our asset side.
That's correct.
Correct? Okay.
Yes.
And then the maintenance costs for each one of these Shea Homes is completely eliminated from any maintenance then.
That's correct.
So once we take it over,
It's ours forever
They're
and
out.
always.
sorry, those were my questions. Go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Smith,
Director-
did that resolve the question?
I mean, not really, because
Okay.
I kind of want to know, I mean, I'm not going to know the increase in what people are going to have to pay, right? Until next year.
Until the next rate study, and it won't be anything that the whole isn't dealing with. So the customers that we're bringing in are then going to support part of the system elsewhere, right? Because all of the customers support the O&M for all of the system on each one on the Ord area and in the marine area separately. So the new infrastructure generally is a low cost O&M activity for the first 20 years. Right, that pipe never is going to need to be touched. We're going to have to replace valves probably in 25, 30 years.
Okay.
So it shouldn't be anything big. Now, if something happens to it in the first year, pursuant to these 3 agreements, the warranties all kick on, and those are
That's my
repaired.
other question. Are they warranted then?
Yes,
There is a
they are.
hand raise on.
Yeah, I'm
Zoom.
finishing with directors and then I will go to the
Okay,
public.
okay.
Thank you, everybody, for pointing that
That would
out.
be Andrew.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew,
you.
do you want to weigh in?
Andrew, he's unmuting.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can now. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, directors. I apologize, I didn't get a panelist login in advance, but yeah, no, Rem just added the point I was just going to mention, that all of these come with a 1-year warranty bond, and if anything is observed to be problematic within that period, then the onus falls on the developer to make the repair before then. And I would also just reiterate Rem's point that the number of new customers, rate paying customers being brought into the system, I would imagine more than outweighs any near-term maintenance cost for this brand new infrastructure that's been carefully inspected during its installation. It's all modern. It's up to our most current standards. So I would encourage acceptance of these new assets.
Thank you. Any other questions, Director Smith, after hearing that comment?
1 year doesn't seem like long enough, but that's all we get.
That's kind of the
Industry.
That's the industry
standard
standard.
is
Wow.
that we get a year, even on stuff we build, we get a 1-year warranty. So we make sure that on month 11 that our guys are out inspecting before we close those warranties.
Okay, thank you.
Director Imamura?
Yeah, my questions kind of overlap with that. So these are all constructed with the district's oversight. They were inspected by the district, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay, so and then yeah, I kind of share that same thing. It might be industry standard for 1 year, but it seems kind of, for something like this, you don't anticipate. I mean, all systems seem to fail at some point, right?
Right.
But what is your guess on something like this?
Well, if it's so depending, right? I mean, if it's ductile iron pipe, we're going to have it for 70, 80, 90 years before it starts doing anything weird. If it's PVC, and maybe one of the mechanical joints may fail, but for the most part, it's going to be true to the mark. The issue, though, for us is that if it was installed improperly, generally in the first 12 months of operation, it will show itself.
Well, hopefully, is it something you said installed improperly? So that's something that wouldn't catch the eye of an inspector or something?
Correct. As you know, Director Moore, sometimes things get put in without everybody seeing it.
Yeah, because usually under these warranties, even though it's like a year, there's usually sometimes there's into these things if there was some sort of negligence or improper,
Absolutely.
and that would extend so that way, maybe we have extra.
To that point, certain manufacturers will have a manufacturer's warranty that will travel in excess of the contractor's warranty and bond.
Right.
The other one is for instance, JM Eagle, they're a PVC producer. JM Eagle miscast a number of the seam on 24-inch PVC pipes, and so they were breaking all over the nation. And they came in and they started repairing those entities that had JM Eagle pipe in them.
So in the event of a real, negligence, let's say, you don't think Shay can come back and say, well, you inspected it. Why didn't you see it?
Yeah, I think that at that point with real negligence, we're talking to our JPIA, we're moving pretty significant lawsuits.
Yeah,
and
you can
we're
just-
showing
right.
that there's a material deficiency.
There's always some remedy.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Director Smith?
sorry, I one follow-up with that. So I worked on a large development in the mountains, and after all the infrastructure was done underneath the ground,
Mhm.
it turned out there was some parts that were recalled.
Yeah.
So, what is, I guess we don't really have an insurance on that. I mean, we oversaw these projects, right? And do we know the contractor, obviously it wasn't just Shea that did it, they subbed it out.
Correct.
So we know that subcontractor?
Yes, we do.
We have a
MPE
good,
generally it's MPE or one of the others,
okay,
but they all work really well with our inspectors.
okay.
So, but to the point, I have experience here. We know that, so in my experience, we went through a city with 12-inch pipe and each one of the joints was installed. The zip tie on the joint was found to be failing. So the manufacturer then reimbursed us to go in and open up all of those, replace the joints, and then continue on. So those kind of things do happen. But in this case, the infrastructure agreement protects the district. It helps the contractor do the work. They're turning over those assets to us. It comes with the warranties and all those promises that go with it. We did all the inspection, either through our third party or through our own staff. And Andrew and his team are confident that we can bring these assets into the district and turn them over to O&M for them to successfully operate and deliver service.
Director Imamura, any other questions? Okay, I take a motion
I'll
to
move approval of resolution 2026-45.
Second,
Would we be able to do I, J, and K as one motion? I would
Sure,
request
happy to
that
do
you,
so.
Restate your motion.
Yes. Approve resolution 2026-45, 46, and 47. I hope I got the numbers right.
second,
So we have a motion by Director Moore, seconded by Director Imamura for approval of consent calendar items 11I, J, K. I don't see any hands up for comment. Roll call vote.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Imamura,
yes.
Director Moore, Vice President Shriner,
Yes.
and President Morton.
Yes, so those three items are passed unanimously by the board. We now move to item 12, which are our action items. We're starting with a request to adopt a resolution to amend the fiscal year 26-27 budget to fund and award a contract to Maggiora Brothers Drilling. Hopefully that's the right pronunciation.
It's
For the well
Majora.
34 rehab and enhanced disinfection project. And Derek, you are at the microphone to walk us through this. It's on page 156 of the staff packet, the board
Yes.
packet.
All right, good evening, board. Derek Cray. This is your operations and maintenance manager. This is also my last item here presenting before you, but it is a very important item. So as you stated, it is to amend the fiscal year budget to fund and award a contract to Majora Brothers Incorporated for the Well 34 rehab and disinfection project. So Well 34 is a potable well that the district has. The production rate is almost 2,000 GPM. It was drilled in 2011, so a relatively new well. And then another important aspect of that well is it does have a standby generator too. So bit of background of why we're here, why I'm before you right now, is we routinely, routinely test all of our wells. In January, we had a intermittent coliform issue at this well with a positive coliform hit that occurred that month. And so coliforms, they are indicator bacteria. They're used essentially as a surrogate to determine if there's potentially a harmful bacteria in there. The reason for this is they're one of the most readily available tests used in the water industry because they're cheap, readily available, and they have quick turnaround time. So the water industry uses coliform presence absence tests all the time. We use it in our distribution system. We use it in our wells. Every public water system has to test for coliform. That being said, it doesn't mean if you have a positive coliform that you have a significant bacterial issue. Also, throughout this presentation, I'm only going to talk about coliform because every result was negative for E. coli. So again, these are potential disease causing, it's an indicator for potential disease causing bacteria, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that bacteria is in the water. So in January, we had a positive, and then we went back and sampled the well again, and that came back negative. And so at that point, we kind of chalked it up to lab error because that can happen sometimes. And so because we had a positive, we were on enhanced monitoring. And so we went from quarterly to monthly. The following month, we had another positive. So at that time, we took the well offline and we shock chlorinated. So this was done in-house by O&M. And so we went through the vent and chlorinated the casing, surged it, purged it, and then resampled it. The 2 sequential tests came back negative. So we had thought that we had eradicated the coliform issue. So we put the well back online. And then the following month in March, it had tested again positive. And so at that point, we brought in a well driller to do, basically it's an alternative chlorine method. And it works over a wider range of pH. Since well 34 is in the deep, the pH is higher, it's above 8.0. So sodium hypochlorite doesn't work as well when you get above a 7 pH. It likes to be in the 6 range. So we use this alternative chlorination method with surging and pumping. And we did that a couple times, but it still was coming back positive. So at that point, we brought in a couple consultants and talked to different well drillers. We did a comprehensive well profile on it. So looking at all of the bacteria speciating it, and then determining the best location of where that's coming from based on pumping cycles, how long we ran it for, and then when we took the test, and then what those counts were, right? And so we saw that the counts were higher on startup, meaning that the most likely area is within the actual well itself and not outside in the aquifer. The other thing that we did at this particular well is the Army has nearby monitoring wells. There's a couple within 500 feet up gradient of that well. And so we sampled those as well too, to compare whether it was actually in the aquifer coming from the well itself. And so everything indicated that it was in the well itself. And so we needed to do it, we needed to hit it a little bit harder than we did before. And so the consultants and myself are recommending a well rehab with an enhanced chlorination. And so what this will entail is pulling out all the pumping equipment and then doing a brush swab. And so this is getting all the scale off the inside of the casing. And so likely what's happening here is that you have a little bit of iron bacteria. And so that coliform bacteria can sit behind that, and the iron bacteria actually kind of crusts. And so when you turn these wells on, it will actually kind of slough off, and that's what we think is happening. So we're getting these hits occasionally when we're pulling them, like once a month. And so we'll go in there, we'll clean the entire casing off, and then we will airlift everything out. And then after that, we will do a heavy disinfection. And so that will be approximately 25,000 gallons of 300 parts of chlorine that will get put down in that well, and we'll push it out into the aquifer slightly, into the gravel pack. We will let that soak overnight, surge it and develop it, airlift it out, and then put the pumping equipment back in. When we go to put the pumping equipment back in, we'll pressure wash everything off, chlorinate it, and then flush it to waste and sample it. So staff put together a pretty extensive request for quotation packet. We sent that out to several well drillers in the area that do this type of work. Majora Brothers was the lowest responsive quoter at $198,810. We have worked with them a lot in the past. In fact, about 7 years ago, we had a well that had a similar issue. It was a different well. I worked with them on an extensive rehab on that one as well. That was successful and was put back online. And so therefore staff's recommending the board award a contract to Majora so this project can start as soon as possible. I do want to point out, at no time was the water unsafe to drink or were there any issues with it, we always sample the distribution. Everything's clean, chlorinate the system. We're getting a 4-log removal in the event that there was coliform going out there. There was no E. coli. All the samples were negative. But as the well, the results are getting worse as it sits, we need to do this extensive rehab to eradicate the coliform to get the well back online. So we're recommending beginning this as soon as possible. So with that, long presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions.
That was a very interesting presentation, understanding what you have to do. Director Smith.
I have quite a few questions. I'm sorry. Okay, first one, because I'm still learning about where all these wells are. Where is well 34?
It's off of Reservation Road, actually across from East Garrison. So
Oh, that's ours.
it's our well.
I mean, it's ours, but it's like out where I live, and that's drinking water.
It's drinking water. Yes.
Okay, so what? Okay, so the sample just is negative for E. coli. What was it positive for then?
So total coliform, and so that's an indicator type, right? And so it's a presence of any bacteria that shows up will show a positive for coliform. So there were several different types of bacteria that it was positive for. I can't even pronounce the chain. I think one was like Citrobacter. And these are common within groundwater sources that can show up. There's several reasons that they can appear within a groundwater. The previous well that we had an issue with, I talked about 7 years ago, we had a pump failure. We had pulled that out. And we think it got introduced when we were putting the pump equipment back in. This one is most likely just naturally occurring within the aquifer. And since there's iron bacteria, it kind of allowed it to harbor and fester behind that crust and grow larger. And so, like I said, when the well would kick on, it would slough off and then show up as positives in the sample.
Okay, so were there any effects, because until you discovered it, right, like effects to humans that could have happened? Okay.
No.
Okay, then my next question, sorry, I've got quite a few. Okay. Okay, so here's my next question. Why is there such a big difference in the bid from Majoria Brothers to Zim Industries? Because that's such a huge difference.
Good
and if
question.
they were both given the same scope of work.
Exact same scope of work, yeah. So Majora tends to win a lot of the projects over here. Per diem is a big factor. So Zim is down in Bakersfield. And so Majora is a local well driller that does this work. And so they're able to demob significantly less than cost.
Right. 'Cause didn't they do our well testing? Or,
they did the monitoring wells recently.
Well,
Yep.
right.
A couple monitoring wells that went in. Correct.
Okay. Okay. So then my I think this is my last question. What happens if we spend this much money and you put everything back together and it still comes back positive?
Good question. Yeah. So, and that can happen. There are no guarantees with this, right? Because it is a problem down in the aquifer, right? And so you get more extensive in your rehab. And so you can chemically treat it a lot harsher, but you don't want to start out necessarily at that. This is $1 million asset. So we're going mid-grade on the extensive rehab. And so we can hit it a lot harder, but you don't want to go that route. If you get to a point that you can't eradicate it completely, and this happens, then you look at doing wellhead treatment. And so we can do a 4-log removal on it, which would require then a treatment skid put at the wellhead, just sodium hypochlorite, that would give you a 4-log inactivation before your first customer. So there's options there. This is the least harsh option that I would recommend going with before we take the further steps, and the least in cost as well, and most probable success, given that the counts are still relatively low compared to what we saw at the other well that we had an issue with.
And that one came back after you guys did this actual procedure. It came back fine, and it's been fine since then.
It has, yeah. So it took actually several rehabs, and we did the same thing in steps. We went with a very least intrusive, and then we went with a much more intrusive, kind of similar to this. And then we were able to eradicate it. And so that was back in 2018-19 that we've had that problem, and we haven't had it since.
Okay, sorry, last question. So what happens now that this is offline? Where's like the supply of that water? where's it coming from now?
Yeah, so the other wells are making up the difference. And so we don't size our system to ensure that all 7 active wells have to run continuously.
Oh, okay.
And so we can have one well out of it. We can actually have multiple wells out of the system. But as you get to the summertime months, right, you want to, if we have this one large production well, it's one of our largest ones offline, we don't want to have a problem in another well. Now we have 2 of them. So it's important, I'd say critical to get this well back online. And then, time is a factor too. The longer the well sits, the longer that bacteria can fester within the well casing. And so you want to hit it as quick as you can to try to eradicate it,
So we approve this, then if we approve this, then they can start right away.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And they're ready to mow ASAP. Because really, it's a pretty straightforward project. You just need a drill rig out there, a large baker tank, and some discharge piping.
Okay. Thank you for your.
You're welcome.
Vice President Schreiner?
You mind if I borrow that term mob? They're ready to mob.
Use it.
There's, for a lot of us, we think of a personal well. When we talk about the water district wells, we think of our experiences with personal wells.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, has this well water been blended with other well water in the larger tanks, or it's pretty specific to that area?
No. So, well, one, we don't usually use the word blending because then that gets into a treatment classification, but it does mix. You are correct. And so all of the wells, they go into a well fill line and they go into tanks. And so our water is not served from one particular well. And so, as say we had a problem with, I don't know, whatever, we'll use 34. 34 had a problem, a significant problem with it. People aren't drinking just 34 water. They're drinking 10, 11, 29, 31. So it's a mixture of all of the wells throughout the tanks. And then each zone is mixing even more because it's pumping from one tank to another tank up the hill.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not just affecting your neighborhood. That's what her point. Yeah. That was great.
Yeah.
Director Imamura.
Is this the located auto down from Watkins Gate?
Yeah, so it would be more west. So if it's right
West.
across from
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
East
because I
Houston
walk
Road.
around that area quite a bit. So anyway, so what's the option in the worst case scenario of just closing the well? Is that an option?
Oh, I would not recommend that. I mean, that would be, we're not at a level of that.
Okay,
catastrophe.
you haven't gotten to that.
No, I mean, even if you had E. coli in a well,
Right.
being a large production well like that, you wouldn't close it off. You would do wellhead treatment on it, and that would be a 4-log removal. So the benefit that we have really in the system is that we have this large well field line that the water sits in and it mingles and goes down this pipeline before it hits first customer. You're getting a significant contact time. It is so easy to get a 4-log removal for coliform within the way our pipeline is designed that there would be no reason to ever shut down that well because of a coliform issue.
Yeah, because my only thought is, you want to have the utmost safety no matter,
Yeah, and a lot of water systems out there, coliform is an issue, and so that's why the revised total coliform rule came into place.
Yeah.
And you can operate a well with coliform issues as long as you're not showing coliform positives out in the system. So if you had a well and your system didn't chlorinate, well, then you're going to start seeing hits out into the system. But we chlorinate our entire system, and so we're eradicating any bacteria that could potentially be in there. And we do that on purpose anyways, because the far ends of your system, the residency time is so long that you can start to grow biofilm within your pipes. It's just naturally occurring. If you didn't chlorinate your system, you would have issues. Even if that water is pure and clean, at some point your pipes are going to start to get a biofilm in there. And
so you're saying it's endemic in any system.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And that's the problem with groundwater. It's you're depending on filtration of the earth, but it's also things harbor and grow down there. And so these are things that you deal with when you have a well, and sometimes they are really stubborn, and sometimes they're easier to deal with. But I would rather have this issue to deal with than a significant issue with a failure of like the casing, because that can cause you to lose the well.
Right.
Yeah. So regardless, if this doesn't work, or the next person's recommendation or my recommendation, call me anytime, would be to go the next route of another rehab. And if that doesn't work, you can go to a 4-log removal. And what that requires is a permit amendment from the state, some additional pumping equipment
Okay.
for chlorination and additional monitoring, but it's not the end of the world. I had with another well here, I did a temporary 4-log at that other well when we were having issues, so we could pump at that time. And then we did a treatment on it and eradicated the issue. So,
Okay. Would this be in our safe water report where you would have an item in there and it says, yeah, we do have some coliform?
no, because it doesn't even show up in the distribution system. And so when we're testing the water in the distribution system,
Yeah.
they're all negative for coliform. And so putting
Okay, so
that
that's
in the
what-
report would actually cause confusion because it's not actually in our drinking water that's going to the customer. So it's positive in the well, but it's being treated when it was coming out. And so when it's going into the distribution system, it's negative for coliform. So we take 40 samples a month throughout the distribution system, and they've all been negative during that time. Well, they've been negative for a long time. So yeah, you want to report that in the consumer confidence report.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Anybody in the public wish to address the board? Don't see anybody. Director Moore, are you making a motion? Or you have a question?
Director Smith started to make a motion. You
Oh,
might
I
not have
did.
heard that.
I was just trying to beat you to it. Yes, so thank you, Derek, very much for answering all my questions. And I make a motion to approve the resolution, or what is this? Oh, agenda item 12A, adopt resolution number 2026-48 to amend the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget to fund and award a contract to Majora Brothers Drilling Inc. for the well 34 rehab and enhanced disinfection project.
Second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second for the motion to approve this resolution by Director Moore, Smith made the motion, Director Moore seconded the motion. We're ready for a vote.
Director Imamura,
Yes.
Director Moore,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Vice President Schreiner,
Yes.
and President Morton.
Yes, so that resolution passes unanimously. And Derek, I do wish to thank you for your presentation tonight. And this, as you said, might be your last one with us, and we will miss you. Okay, so we are now moving to item 12B, which is, which is to review a proposed MCWD art policy. And our general manager, Rem Schertzinger, is going to walk us through this.
I'll do my best. Good evening, board, staff, and the public. The item before you this evening is to review and consider adoption of the proposed art policy as provided. The district does not currently have an art policy at the early part of the year, January. Plus, Director Smith brought forward the idea of having an art policy that would govern hanging of public art on district spaces. In March, that policy was provided to Director Smith for her review and to provide any comments and edits. In April, that policy was taken to the executive committee for review and then forward onto the board for consideration. The committee had a number of questions and concerns regarding the implementation of that policy, and so sent staff back out to do some more investigation. In May, Director Smith requested that the item be brought before the full board, and pursuant to Section 18 of the Board Policy Manual, the item was moved forward for consideration. The policy that you have was created from an amalgam of districts and hospitals and stuff. CSDA doesn't have a standing art policy, so we didn't have a policy to go grab to move this forward. We were supposed to, and we still continue to try to reach out to CHOMP to find out how their program works, and then also Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital, because they also have a running art program, and to try to figure out how those programs are operating and how best, if there's something that we could do to our simple one The other things that haven't been completed is we don't yet have the indemnification language or contracts set up, or what kind of insurance requirements we would have. But the policy that you have before you is the one that was reviewed and the one that was considered by the executive committee, and we submit it to you for your comment and conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Imamura.
Would this policy fall under the category of need to have or nice to have?
This is a nice to have.
Okay.
It's really nice to have.
Director Smith.
I'll make a comment on that. So it is something that would show our entire community that we support water featured art. They don't have places in our, at least I don't think we have any place in Marina yet that supports that. And Marina is actually one of the largest, besides Carmel, the largest art area in this pretty much county. There's hundreds and hundreds of artists, and they all did reach out, and I actually sent that to REM, that they would be very honored to be able to have color on our walls here. And it's a known fact that art does also boost morale in businesses and helps people that have ADD. So it's not just about nice to have. Yeah, it is, but it's also helping our ratepayers who are artists. So we're helping ratepayers who are low income. Why not help ratepayers that are artists? That's my opinion.
Dr. Imamura.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that, but I was going to also comment on it. Most of the ratepayers I talk to, and it's not a whole lot of people, but most of them ask me about the water rates. That's what they're concerned about. So I'd like us to focus on our water rates, and then the rest will take care of itself. Thank you.
So I have some additional questions, or perhaps, and I know, listening to Director Smith, I thank you for, are you anticipating that this is three-dimensional art, that is exterior and interior? I'm really trying to understand what was your scope to start, because we need to address
when
that.
I first met with Rem about it, I was just thinking water featured art, like for the walls, right? Like, so painters, photographers. Rem said, well, maybe later on down the road, incorporate it into our landscaping, if there's people that do maybe metal, like sculpting or what have you. And that was something that we just discussed. It wasn't really we don't want to obviously exclude anybody, but I mean, maybe just do a trial of displaying art in our new building. And then if it is something that later on can go into, the exterior or something like that, in landscaping or in that kind of thing, then that's kind of what we discussed.
So that's part of what I think this policy, I'm not in disagreement with having a policy per se, but what I'm looking for is clear direction. And I know at the executive committee that was asking to go out further, that there needs to be some kind of definition of what we're characterizing as public space. I will send you this list, and because I just made a list, and that's the question, whether we confine it. And at this point in time, as it is a nice policy, not a mandatory policy, perhaps that we start with just looking at interior spaces,
Mhm.
given the realm of exposure to the elements and insurance. And we have to talk about those issues also. But to define it as being our interior public access space, which basically would be this room and the front lobby. And then that this is for the temporary purpose. I do not think the art needs to be water content. I think that's too limiting. And also I think that if you are creating, as I read in this project here, is that you're having the board of directors select the art after it's, if the board of directors, 5 people, it has to be unanimous, say, I only want water spigots or I only want waterfalls, then that is a discretionary decision that's made at that level, but I would not have that limitation in my policy. That would be one thing that I would consider. Any proposal, I think the artist needs to give us a proposal, which is the project description, the scope of their work, paragraph stating the benefits and impacts of their project. Again, if we're only talking about 2-dimensional, because I think in the space, the public space that we've now defined, that we may want to say it's only 2-dimensional.
Right.
Meaning doesn't extend. It's not a sculpture that's going to sit over here that someone is going to accidentally knock over, but it is 2-dimensional that adheres to the wall.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
okay.
that's what my initial proposal to REM was. It wasn't any 3-dimensional statues or anything outside or anything like that. It was just something that we discussed maybe later on down the road, but just for a starting point.
So then also from the artist, you're going to want to know their protocols for how they think it needs to be mounted, hung, etc. We need that in advance. We need to know the project budget and funding that has been acquired or committed to the project being installed. The artist is the primary party responsible for all project costs. We identify any proposed cost at MCWD, including liability, its security, etc. If there's any special requirements, ADA, construction, inspection, engineering, lighting, I don't think we should be providing additional lighting or engineering.
No, because it's only
So
for
I,
like
if
when the
that's
lights are on
required,
anyway. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
if that's gonna be required, I think that's excluded.
Yeah.
We would want to include a signed statement that indemnifies MCWD against vandalism, theft, or other damage to the artwork, earthquake, fire, I don't care what it is, we're not going to pay for it.
Right.
And then insurance, of course. Removal, there needs to be a provision about removal of the art. So if in fact you want to do this, I'm surprised that this, I've got 2 topics going here. Removal is number 1, is that I want to have a deadline for removal. So if you are actually going to do this, and I find it odd to pair it to your fiscal calendar when there's so much happening here, that the last thing that I want on the May board meeting is that we're going to jury somebody's artworks to decide which ones. Don't pair it with the fiscal year, just pair it with your calendar year. Then if it's going to be a term of how long it's being hung, if you are going to do this for a 1-year period, then 15 days before that 1-year period lapses, it's going to come down. And you give the artist that 15 calendar days to come in and take it down, because that has to be done in coordination with our staff for access and to make sure that they repair the wall or do whatever needs to happen. So that I think needs to be tightened up significantly. And the artist is the primary party responsible for arranging the removal, work with MCWD manager. That doesn't mean you, it just means somebody of the site regarding its removals and repair to the display area and surfaces. If the artist fails to do that within the time frame, MCWD may remove it, and we are not responsible to store it beyond the 1 year. So if we give them from the 15th, you had June, but let's just say it's December. I don't care when you put the 12 months. But if it's December 15th to December 31st, we give them those 15 days to come, make time for our staff to come and get their art. They don't do it, we take it down. 31st, we're no longer responsible. They need to come get it. Yeah. Yeah. So those are things that I wrote, and then I did also put in here that this policy should be reviewed on a 10-year process or some period of time. Obviously, to Director Smith's comment about wanting it to go to public spaces and the outside, that would be a review of the policy down the road.
Right, down the road, yeah.
But I don't care that you don't need to make a term in there, but we're talking about two-dimensional art, in the interior of our spaces as a starting
He
place.
was the one that brought up outside, I didn't.
Yeah, but he's biting off more than anybody can
I
chew.
know, I know. I wanted to just be like simple, simple. Yes.
So I would prefer that this be rewritten and come back for serious consideration, because in its current status, I cannot support.
Yeah.
Director, I'll come to you next. Director Moore.
So I've got a question and a couple of concerns I'd like to express. Let me put our district council on the spot on this. So as I understand it, as a general principle of law, government agencies may only do that which they are authorized to do. So are we authorized to act as a museum or artist studio? I mean,
Yeah,
this is,
it's a general proposition that for special districts are authorized to do any act incidental to their express primary purposes. And I don't think that there's any issue with using district space to allow additional benefit for public art. It's not uncommon for many water districts to actually house artifacts and historical documents and have those open to the public. What you're proposing is a little different. In fact, we looked and there weren't really any water districts per se that did open it up for that sort of thing. They were primarily cities that obviously are authorized to provide public parks and art and culture, those sorts of things are things that charter cities can do. I think there were some hospital districts that have that sort of policy. But I don't think it's a question that it's an unauthorized act for purposes of the enumerated and incidental powers under the water code. And then secondly, it's because there isn't going to really be an expenditure of funds. It doesn't cross that line either, because it's really along the lines of saying, here we have these walls, you're allowed to use them.
so certainly understand cities have much broader powers to benefit the public. Our powers are a lot more limited. Certainly understand hospitals wanting to have, put it bluntly, some nice art that you might see before you die. I would certainly hope that wouldn't be our purpose here. We're in the business of keeping people alive. So thank you for answering that question. I'll just express two concerns. One, given what our primary business is, I wouldn't want to see staff spending a whole lot of time on this. Certainly wouldn't want to see ratepayer money expended on this per se. And then even though I suppose you could argue I have some art in my own home, my wife and I are engineers. We're definitely not super art connoisseurs, and I'm not sure you'd want me on a jury trying to pick amongst competing artwork, as I feel entirely unqualified for that role. So maybe this is something we ought to simply leave up to staff in the policy.
Oh, no.
And then if we don't like the art, we can always just blame staff, right?
No, that's the last thing
There's
that I would want
Okay,
to
all
do is
right.
to have
Airports
staff.
as well.
Anyway,
Jury
you've heard
over
my
it. Yeah.
concern.
It also needs to be clear in the policy that this is not, this painting is $5,000, or this is not a visual for sale of art. It's the artist's name, the medium, the year.
It's,
We're not a gallery.
they're right, but it's like helping art, and we're not a gallery. It's just another way to show that we support our community. It's all about supporting our community. I don't get why we do other things to help support communities, like we're involved in the car shows and all that. I mean, it's just another way to show that. Not only that, but I'm sorry, morale booster. I've had so many people come to customer service to pay their bill, and they've said, "Oh my gosh, I feel so bad for the people that have to work and stare at those walls. This is free decor for our walls in here. I mean, we're not having to pay for the art, so it's a win-win."
Vice President Schreiner.
There's a long list I copied down of all the things that you were thinking need to be added to this policy, but I'm concerned about how much staff time has already been invested. And I think that was the reason why in executive committee, we wanted to consider the CHOMP process or the hospitals process, because we were kind of hoping we could just take some of their art and apply it to the situation and keep our staff out of our world other than just as enjoying it, not being part of the making sure the installation goes smoothly, making sure the deadline to remove goes smoothly. But I haven't said much in executive committee. One of the things that I feel like our general manager and our executive assistant really know, but only a couple of people who have ever served on executive committee with me know, that I come up with a lot of ideas. And a lot of them don't make it to the board. The most recent ones that I had requested consideration of was the gender wage gap analysis. It was completely eliminated, never made it to the board. The DEI statement for the website, completely eliminated, never made it to the board. And the CalCare or AB 2200, which if it had been gone into effect, would have saved our budget a lot of money on health insurance. Never made it to the board. So the reasons that I've been given for these things not making it to the board is your thinking, Jen, is a little too far out of the water box. And I have to accept that. I keep thinking that we have to find solutions, and it's not going to come from thinking inside the box. We're going to have to be creative. And so I get it, and I have to be frustrated sometimes. You've noticed sometimes it's not really my feelings hurt. It's just like, yeah, I guess it is a little too far out of the box once we discussed it. So I'm having a personal difficulty with the arts policy of it being maybe a little like me, a little bit on the overly creative side for our purposes at this time. And it just really, I want to appreciate staff for putting what they could together without having the guidance of Special Districts Association or being able to talk with another water agency and be like, how are you guys doing it? Can we just borrow your policy and put our letterhead? But I just think that it's not something I want to spend any more time on, especially with staff time. So I don't know if we would need it. I mean, you've already provided a lot of direction. I don't know if we need to make a
That
motion.
hasn't
and
been a
vote.
motion or vote. It
Right.
was just my comments about what I would want for
Yeah.
sure added to a policy.
For a future consideration.
Yeah, but if the board is not entertaining a policy, then there's no reason for anybody to work in the additional language at all. So that's what the point of this discussion is. And I appreciate your comments. And I do appreciate the fact, your acknowledgement of efforts and things that you have brought to the executive committee that did not make it to the full board. Thank you. And you've always taken that graciously. Thank you.
Quick question, Rem. How much staff time was spent on the Dollar Energy program that was put out to the board.
The Dollar Energy Program.
That the Dollar Energy program that's supposed to save like 120 people $20 a month on their for the care program.
Oh, the CARE program.
Yeah, how much time was spent on that? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay. So when you go on their website, it sends you to malware. It's not even a secure site. So all that time that was spent on that, it goes to a malware site and it's not secure. So if you want to apply online, you can't. And I just want to say that
So we got 49 applications, 24
yeah, we have to call
accepted,
in. You can't.
27 accepted,
So anyhow,
29.
I'm sure staff time for that amount of applications was, versus we have over 1,000 or so artists that live in just in our district. So I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Dr. Imamura. Microphone. Microphone.
Question for council. So would this kind of thing, maybe stretch it out a little bit, or would this be in the area of considered philanthropy? This policy?
He's asked council.
I mean, I suppose it could, but I don't think it's really any different than if a district wants to buy artwork for its own office for beautification, the sign and the painting, it's allowed.
Well, that would be in our budget and everything, though. That would.
Well, that's my point. They're allowed to put art on the wall. They can purchase art. They can do those things. It was kind of to Director Moore's question about, are they authorized to do that?
Right.
And so my point here is that rather than going out and purchasing art or painting the walls, they're providing a forum for others to display their artwork. And so is that philanthropy? I mean, I suppose I'm not really sure.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It could be, I suppose. Yeah, it provides it can provide a general public benefit.
Well, I kind of like the art that we did on those water tanks. That's a form of art, right?
Yes, sir. It's right behind you.
Right here.
I don't know off the top of my head. It was a little over $1,000.
If I may.
Director Moore.
Despite our general manager's sort of resistance to my remark, we as a board did not approve that artwork or the tank artwork. Staff figured that out on behalf of the district. I'm perfectly happy with that. But I've also revealed that I am in no way, shape, or form qualified to be an art critic one way or another.
Fair enough. Just so you know that the art behind you was approved by CSU and was required as part of the A1, A2 project. So we had to make it. It wasn't a decision we necessarily made. We were compelled to do it.
But then we've applied it everywhere.
Yeah.
We proposed it and we've adopted it.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't object if staff decided to hang some art from whatever source somewhere in our building that they thought it was beneficial.
Not just have art for them, but also people that live in our district. What isn't that what we're about? I mean, we're helping people that are living. Why can't we help people that are artists too? No, I don't get it.
So I just want to make comment to that because I don't see this as helping the local artists. I see this as outreach into the community and developing ties with our community in a different way than showing up at the county fair, than showing up at its August Safe Night Out, the different things that we do. So I understood that this was coming in part from one of our members from our outreach committee as coming up with a new way to make connections with the community. It is in no way intended to benefit anybody. It's not, this is not going to be a place where they're selling their art, talking about their art, what the price is. They're not going to get up at the podium and say, look at my art over here. It's just background. So in that sense, I do agree with Director Smith that we do a tremendous amount of outreach. We have staff people that do outreach. This is just something different. And if it's once a year, I also am concerned that when you put together this list of criteria, that it has to be ensured that there is no liability from us. If I was an artist and I'm selling my works, you're the last place I'm going to put my stuff, because I don't want it exposed to vandalism, theft, whatever it is. And the fact that if I don't get there on the 25th of December, it's going to be taken down and I'm not the one doing it. So I don't know how even it will be received. So the question going then to the board is, if there's somebody can make the motion saying we're not going to do this at all. Somebody can make a motion that we are interested in this, want more. I'm listening to all the directors because I'm hearing 5 different opinions, which is very valid. Very valid. I'm not discounting anybody's opinions.
I would like to make a motion to at least re-entertain it with adding in the items that President Morton directed for some revision. And I also think if there's a way we can see what Chomps looks like, I don't know why nobody's been able to get a hold of them to do that, but I'm willing to not make staff do it. I'm willing to do that myself if I have to. I wasn't asking for staff to spend thousands of dollars. The whole point of this is, one, free art for our walls, but also outreach for the community that we serve, because I gave Rem the list. There's over 100 artists that wanted to take an opportunity to be able to show Marina Coast Water District their art. I mean, to help morale, to help boost. I mean, it's a scientific study that it boosts morale in an office building. I mean, that doesn't boost my morale at all, because it's not enough. It's not enough. It's just blue. Just to me, just like blue paint. Just let's paint the whole walls blue and spend. How much money would it cost to paint all these walls blue? A lot of money. Okay, and labor and hiring a contractor and all that. So it was just an idea to outreach. And in fact, the whole point was 4 artists actually came to me because they were paying their bills here and said, hey, you guys maybe should adopt an art policy like Chomp and, Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital. And I was like, hey, cool, I'll go to Rem and, see if we can do that. And that's where this came about, so.
Director Moore.
So I certainly, if we were to have a policy, I would certainly support President Morton's additional concerns to be in that policy. I still have a concern about board serving as a jury and looking at different pieces of artwork, because as President Morton noted a moment ago, we've already got 5 different opinions on the art policy. And, we should be spending the vast majority, 99.9% of our very limited, soon to be limited in another 2 minutes.
Yes.
I'm
getting ready to make a motion.
Board time on issues related to our primary life essential missions of delivery of potable water and taking wastewater away. But, staff feels like they can come up with something else and juggle all these things.
So it is, I'm not making a motion substitute for your motion. I'm addressing the time. So it is 9:58. Does anybody wish to make a motion to extend the meeting until we complete at least our action items?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Anybody wishing to comment on that motion? We'll take a vote.
Director Imamura, flashing.
Too many red lights.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I think we spent a lot of time on this. I'd like to finish the meeting.
So that was a yes?
The
I
motion
guess
is
you
to-
can interpret it that way.
The motion is
Yes.
to continue the action items. And that's it.
Yes, hopefully within the next 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Moore,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Vice President Schreiner,
Yes.
and President Morton.
Yes, okay, so we will, then now we have a motion. Can you restate your motion?
My motion is to accept the art policy to go back to for revisions that you advised our district manager of. So I don't have the list of revisions, but everything that you said, I agree with. So I would want them to be added in and then to have it come back for approval.
And your motion also was to see if CHOMP or some
Yeah, and I'm
other
happy
nonprofit
to-
would
I'm-
have the ability to share their art
If
program or art.
our policy, right, and I don't want staff to have to spend the time doing that. I'm happy to, I'm happy to find that out for us, so you're not having to, I don't want you guys to spend any extra time doing that, so, yes.
Okay, so that's the motion. I will second that motion so it can go to a vote. Any further discussion on the motion? Vice board members, does the public, nobody is raising their hand. I don't see anybody jumping up here. So we will take a roll call vote. The motion is to have the policy go back for further revision.
Director Moore,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Yes.
Director Imamura,
Yes.
Director Schreiner,
No.
and President Morton.
I will support the motion. So we have a 4-1 vote that the policy, and I will connect with my list of things and would. Okay. The last action item is to provide direction regarding election to the Coastal Network Seat C of the California Special Districts Association. This appears on 165 of our board packet. There are candidates here for seat C: Vincent Ferrante of Moss Landing Harbor District, Maisha Cole Perry of Blanchard Santa Paula Library District, and Jacqueline McMillan of Callegas, thank you. Oh, Callegas, I'm making it, yeah, I'm in the Roman Empire, sorry. Callegas Municipal Water District, and Scott Mextroth of Ojai Valley Sanitary District. So their resumes are attached, and we have the option of either endorsing someone, voting for someone, or we don't have to take any action. My comment is I would prefer to have somebody from our geographic area that knows our issues being our representative. Anybody else want comments, please?
I'd like
Vice
to
President Schreiner.
Move to vote for Vince Ferrante.
Second.
Okay, so we have a first and second. Any other directors wishing to comment? Director Imamura?
I just want to comment. I think we need to, not just go ahead and rubber stamp someone. I think we need to get some new blood in there, I mean, he's constantly putting blindly, and I was a little disappointed that I didn't get the support last time from the board, so I can hear where you're coming from. But I think we need new blood. I'm not going to support that.
Any other director comments?
I'll just point out that Vince has been in this role and various roles with CSDA and very energetic for a decade. So he knows a lot, not only about our area, but he also knows a whole hell of a lot about CSDA. He's been involved with the National Special Districts Association. And while some of these other candidates looked interesting and, maybe at some point in the future would be viable candidates, I think right now Vince is still the person we ought to support.
I will just comment that I'm judging Vince Ferrante based on the report of the work that he does for the organization, which he does at our quarterly meetings, and his depth of understanding, knowledge, and positions articulated. I find him to be knowledgeable and responsible and reliable. So that's I will be supporting this vote. Any other comments by directors? We're ready for a roll call vote.
Director Moore,
Yes.
Director Smith,
Abstain.
Director Imamura,
No.
Vice President Schreiner,
Yes.
and President Morton.
Yes, so we will be providing a vote for the CSDA Board of Directors election ballot term 2729 seat C for Vincent Ferrante, Commissioner, Moss Landing Harbor District, who's also the incumbent. Okay, so that is item 12C, which I have as the end of our action items. And with that, we're going to adjourn. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. I know it's a long meeting. Thank you, everybody, for being present and vested interest in how we are doing as your board of directors. Thank you.
Yes.